Okay. All right, chat. That was horrible. I don't know what is wrong with this game. So I was I practiced this game off stream a little bit and it was like causing my PC to lag a bit, but it wasn't. Also, I think my camera settings reset itself. Oh, it did. Okay. Uh, the combination with encoding on Twitch plus YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but the thing is, the game was running on 60 FPS. Like the game was running on 60 FPS, and I set it to 1440p, and somehow it's like destroying my entire PC. Meanwhile, we play Resident Evil, we play RE2 remake or RE3 remake on fucking 240 FPS, and like 4K res, like max graphic settings, and it's like completely fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Whatever though. Something is wrong with that game, or something's wrong with my graphics drivers. I don't really know, but that was fucking awful. All right, chat. Well, anyways, time for the next game. All right. Oh. All right. All right. What do we want to do next? Mm. Let's do. Mm. Oh, I can't decide. Still have so many games left to do. Is this pre-recorded? No. Oh, I can't choose what I want to do, chat. I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. I actually can't. I can't decide. I'm having decision paralysis right now. Oh, fuck, man. I don't know. There's a game I want to do, but I haven't. Oh, it's gonna be such a fucking shit show if I try it. Did I just? I don't fucking remember anything. Fuck it, we'll try it. Yo, what's up, Kyle? Thanks, man. The last game we just played was completely fucking cursed. Red Dead Redemption. No. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go get some water, and then we will do some Remnant. My keybinds for my camera don't work anymore. Excuse me? Hello? That's so weird. Why does it not work? My F key, wait. My F keys on my keyboard don't work anymore. Did I press something? Did I turn it? I don't uh hmm. Hmm. Okay, I don't know. My F keys are broken for some reason. All right, well, I'll be right back. Let me get some water. I don't have a function key or like an FN lock key. Because I know on my laptop I have like a function button, but I don't have anything like that on my, or at least I don't know. Maybe there is something, but anyways, I'll be right back. Fine. All right, I'm back. Okay. Last played. Oh wait, I need to change my settings. I don't understand why. How long is this run? I don't really remember. What the f... I don't know if this game supports... I don't know if this game supports 4K. Maybe only in full screen? I don't know. Okay. Anyways, we need to make a new character. Damn, look at this character, so fancy looking.
This could be useful.
This looks like it could be useful.
Oh, 2B mod, no. Wait a second, I just realized there's a skip tutorial now. Because the tutorial used to be like forced. And the tutorial's like 6.5 minutes long. So that's actually really nice that you can skip the tutorial. What the fuck? I don't know if skipping the tutorial makes you lose out on anything, or if you just get everything that you normally would have gotten. Alright. Well. So yeah, when I ran this game, I did it on, well, definitely not hardcore. We did it on normal difficulty. There is, it goes all the way up to Apocalypse, but this game on the hard difficulties is actually fucked. Like, it's really fucking difficult. I did my first playthrough on Apocalypse difficulty, and I think one boss took me like 10 hours. Or like, maybe not that long. Like 5 hours? I don't know. It was fucked, actually. It was so difficult. I was fighting the Undying King, I think it's called. Yeah, it's, well, I think you're meant to be on like New Game Plus for Apocalypse, but you can play it on New Game. And yeah, it's fucked. It was still a fun challenge though. It was a lot of fun doing the Apocalypse on Remnant 2 as well. Alright, but yeah, we're just gonna do normal difficulty. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to get fucked. I believe we want to do Hunter archetype. Undying King is optional, something like that. Dude, I'm so rusty at this game though, chat. I didn't get a chance to like watch my like record run at all, so. This is gonna be a fucking awful run. I need to like take a day off, honestly, to just like, to like recap some of my runs. To go over some of my runs.
You're the hero. Here you go.
How much currency do I have? 0. Okay, that's
Perfect.
friend. Scuffed runs are so funny. Well, I'm glad you enjoy my pain. You like the washed playthrough? Okay. Alright, well. We are gonna go to the first location, I believe. Thing is, we're supposed to have a bunch of adrenaline right now, and we don't have shit. Oops. It's fucking alt to crouch. God damn it, dude. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of concerned about skipping the tutorial chat because normally... Oh, yeah, this is not good. This is actually really bad. We're supposed to have nearly 30 adrenalines, which adrenalines give us like stamina boost. This is awful. I don't even fucking remember where to go. So the thing is, with this game, chat, the level layouts are random. You didn't do the tutorial in my birthday marathon. You bought adrenalines from the shop. Maybe I was supposed to sell... Maybe I was supposed to sell the glowing fragments then to the shop. Yeah, there's different layouts that you can get on each level in this game, so I don't know. Navigating this game, especially when you're rusty, is really, really difficult. And well, that's also why we're on. The gunplay in this game actually feels so nice, though. I love shooting shit in this game. Yeah, we're definitely lost already, chat. Game is ass. It doesn't crash the stream. I know, unbelievable. Actually, this might be the right way. I don't know, chat, we're getting into territory of games that I just don't fucking really remember very well anymore. I mean, obviously, like, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Elden Ring we still have left, and we still have Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil 4 Remake. And I guess like Cuphead is another game that I still remember pretty well, I would say. Oh my god. So lost, guys. The thing is, there's also optional pathways. I think this is the right... No, I think this is the right way. I can't remember. Does this game also have... I think this is correct. Because we need to be in the sewers. Hold on, I want to see... There's some items we're supposed to sell to this guy.
Here you go.
Yeah, no, okay, there's like no way, I don't know how if I did buy these items in my birthday marathon from 2 years ago and I skipped the tutorial, I have no idea how I did that because in my run, my PB run anyways, I sold
Take care,
stuff
friend.
here and I bought a bunch of adrenaline, but I guess I just can't afford that right now. It doesn't really matter that much. I should be fine. I thought maybe I just forgot I forgot to sell the stuff, but I don't know. Isn't there some items you get doing the puzzles in the hub? I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to pick up some items. I'm not sure. Okay, we need to make sure to shoot these, like... There's some enemies that... Yeah, we need to kill these fuckers. We actually need to pick up a good amount of iron. Hopefully we can remember our way through this area. Man, I love Remnant though. I should do like a casual playthrough of this game again. I should play through Remnant 2 as well. It was a lot of fun. Oh, okay. These are the guys I need to make sure to... Oh. That's not... Dude, what the fuck? Hold on, chat. My... That's so bad. For some... Okay, wait. Maybe... Hold on. I might know why it's happening. One of my... Okay, so one of the windows on my other... my left monitor was slightly, like, a pixel of it was overlapping on the left... on the edge. So when I'm looking to the left and I would click, when I'm looking to the left and I would click, it would click on the window on my other monitor and alt tab my game. I don't think I'm going the right way, guys. Game looks fun. It's really good. Same with Remnant 2. Both a lot of fun. These little shits that just constantly fucking hit you in the back are so annoying, man. Okay, we made it. Go! You enjoyed Remnant 1, found 2 unbearable. There were some like things about Remnant 2 that I thought were kind of annoying, but overall I still really enjoyed Remnant 2. I had a lot of fun doing the apocalypse, like, permadeath attempts. Alright, well, first boss of the run, chat. Thing. It's actually random which boss you get here, if I remember correctly. There's like 2 different bosses you can get. think I messed up though. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to equip. I was supposed to equip. Holy shit! Oh god, I forgot that these fucking guys spawn. Oh no, my other monitor has a dude. Why is that a thing, man? My other monitor also had a window. I just alt-tabbed the game by clicking on the right side of my screen. Because my window... If that is so fucking scuffed, bro. What the fuck? Why does it do that? Ah, it's still doing it. No, it's just if... It's like somehow the borders of my monitor are just not correct. Okay, we might have to go. Okay, I guess we just can't use. I don't know. I was doing windowed mode with borderless gaming, but that doesn't seem to be working properly. Yeah, most of the boss difficulty in Remnant comes from ads being summoned in the boss fights, which I'm not that big of a fan of. I do agree with that sentiment. It's pretty annoying, actually. Okay, alright, it's fine. I remember now. Okay, we need to... He summons 3 ads. They're there to be a supply of ammo. Yeah, Trey, that's true. Alright, he summons 3 ads every time he like turns... When he powers up like that, I believe there's either 3 or 4 ads that get spawned, so... We just need to, We just need to focus ads the moment he does that. Where the fuck is he? Yeah, like when he does that thing, I'm... Okay, it's 4, I guess. Did he just summon more already? Summon more now. Can I use my ability? Well, yeah, so when you're on the higher difficulties, yeah, the bosses get modifiers in this game, and on the higher difficulty, the modifiers, you get multiple modifiers. So you can get bosses that have fucking terrible effects. Yeah, one of the big things about Remnant is the randomness. The items that you'll get on each playthrough are pretty much random, and the bosses that you'll fight are random, and on top of that, then the bosses have, you know, modifiers, which are also random. I think the random effects, it helps with replayability, but some of them are really fucking annoying, to be fair. Yeah, Trey. Oh, we have the tree boss, I think. Not a speed. Well, it is. I mean, you can speedrun it, and there is still skill in speedrunning it in the sense. Also, I think there might be a mod that I could put on my weapon, but it's kind of like a roguelike. I don't remember when I'm supposed to upgrade my weapon. You want to do it at a specific part because
What?
another shitty mechanic in this game. No, I don't. Oh wait, it's hot shot. This is what I want. Hot shot is really good. And then we... Now that's on. This makes our shots do burning damage, which helps us a lot. The church protect the lady section was annoying. Yeah. Yeah, that part is tough. If I remember right, yeah. Isn't this an epic fight? Okay, I think we go... Wait, no, this is a shortcut. Wait, is this a shortcut? Yes, it is. Okay, we don't want to go this way. Remnant. I liked Remnant 2 a lot. I don't know. Some people in chat are saying they didn't like it very much, but I think Remnant 2 is pretty good. Okay, now we just need to figure out where to go. I don't quite remember. Maybe we could have played on hard difficulty. I guess normal is honestly pretty easy for this. I think there are a few fights though even on normal that can be like pretty easy to die on. It's like the thing is since you rush through the game. Since you rush through the game, you're kind of like weak. Oh yeah, but what? Oh, I forgot about this guy. What I wanted to say before was that a mechanic of this game is that the bosses scale, like enemies and bosses in this game scale to your level. And particularly dude, this guy is crazy. Okay, this is the right way. But yeah, enemies and bosses scale to your weapon level. So a strat that you do in the speedrun is you enter, it's not actually...
It's over.
So basically the way it works is when you enter a zone, if that zone has a boss in it, it will set the scaling of that zone. So the moment you enter a zone, the scaling for it is set. So you can go into an area with a low upgrade weapon, and then like right before the boss fight, you teleport back and then you upgrade your weapon. So now you have a +3 weapon for a +0 scaled boss, if that makes sense.
Hope I don't get turned around.
Yeah, I really wish that the game didn't have like scaling like that, but I mean, I understand why they do it, especially with the fact that the zones and stuff are like random. I do think it would be better if it didn't scale to you though. About cryptic ways of getting any interesting gear in Remnant 2. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of secrets in Remnant 2, which is cool. I guess we'll grab this just in case we die. Honestly, not too worried about it.
That was rough.
Makes you feel like you don't get rewarded for being stronger or getting stronger. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It's not as noticeable in this game, though. And I mean, this game is fairly linear. We already did BioShock Infinite. Sorry to disappoint. Yeah, I mean, in Oblivion Remastered though, it's like egregious how bad it is. The level scaling in Oblivion is so fucking awful. Like, at least in this game, in Oblivion, if it can actually work against you, where the game gets like way fucking harder if you level up too much. Like the game is actually like it gets fucking horrible if you level up too much. But in this game, you're not gonna like max out your weapon and then be like, oh wow, now it takes 10 times longer to kill an enemy. Like it doesn't. The scaling is actually set up well, where you're not really gonna even notice it. Am I gonna speedrun Claire Obscure? No, I don't know how to speedrun that game. And the thing about speedrunning that game is like knowing the setups and the bosses well. Because you die very easily in that game. Like trying to speedrun that game would be kind of annoying if you don't know what you're doing. I feel like you can't really just wing it. I mean, I guess if you're playing on the easiest difficulty, maybe it's not so bad. That game is way too long. I mean, the speedrun for it is like an hour and a half now, or even less, I think. They found a lot of skips in Claire Obscure. That of which I also have no idea. I mean, I never ran the game, so. Alright, we got the church fight.
So, another seeks the Root's counsel. Closer, child. It's you, the one who washed ashore. We see all things. We are the Root Mother, a vessel of wisdom.
You know, it's funny, chat. We're actually going faster than my PB run of Remnant.
What is it you see? The storm. Yes, this vessel helped.
Somehow.
They will.
I think because we got good RNG.
Prepare.
No, but the thing is, I started the timer. I started the run at the exact same time. Like when you enter the founder's warehouse, I started the run on my other monitor, and I haven't actually made it to the church fight yet in my PB run. I think I just got really lucky with like level layout RNG this time or something. Or maybe I paused the video. I don't know. Maybe that's not actually true. The RNG in this run is actually kind of brutal. Oh my god, I'm just fucking faced. I can't aim! Stop shooting her!
Help that, bastard!
This shit is actually this defense section is hard as fuck on high difficulty.
Free.
It's actually fucking brutal.
Thank you. First, look there. Find them. I know. Questions can wait. I need rest first.
Do we have any bandages? Oh. All my okay, shit. This is the stuff I'm supposed to sell, chat, to buy the stuff. I need to open the fucking backpack. Oops. Well, we can go back and buy it now. I turn off the walking bob. I'm not sure. I don't think the camera has bob on it. I forgot the sniper. What? I don't use the sniper rifle.
New lady, folks.
At least, no, I don't think
go.
so. We sell that, and we sell these. And then we buy... How much money do I have? $29.50. I believe we buy, like, some frenzy dust. The frenzy dust is really good. It gives you fire rate and reload speed.
Take care.
All right. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Actually, there's the next. The next boss fight coming up is the dragon. I don't know. I don't think we were meant to upgrade yet. I know, from what I remember, you upgrade before the dragon boss fight. I'm gonna play Code Vein, Neo, and RE9. That is the plan. I'm not sure I'm going the right way here. I thought Lords of the Fallen was alright. Going with the phase tank strategy. I'll be honest, I don't think this is correct. I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to go. I don't think it is. But maybe? Do you go into the sewers again? I don't know. Oh, chat, I'm slightly concerned.
What's that smell?
I feel like I might be going... I don't think this is correct. No, this is not correct. No, this is a side dungeon, I think, unless I'm crazy. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is a side dungeon because from what I remember, if my memory serves me correctly, there is like, I think you're always meant to fight the dragon boss at this point of the game. It's the arrow guy. You need to go through more areas before the dragon. Dragon or tree? I don't know. I'm gonna trust my instincts here, chat. I feel like I'm correct. I don't know. Can check gates on the minimap. I don't. So all I remember is the entrance that I'm supposed to go through here is supposed to look different. I think it's this way. Yeah, this is the right way. And if I listened to chat, I would be so fucked right now. All right. It's just so many people are just confident. Like, I barely fucking remember this game, but I actually remember, and so many people are just like so confidently incorrect. It's not even like, it might be this way. It's like, no, it's that way. And it's like, no, it's actually not.
Thanks a lot. There's no way bringing it.
Okay.
I've got work. I'm not in the mood for chat.
So, well, she, hopefully, let.
Do I not have enough?
Take care, my friend.
Do I not have enough fucking money? Oh my god.
How can all? Let's see what we. My name is
Toilet bitch. I can't remember if I can just sell all the crystals or not. I don't think I need this flesh barb for anything.
Safest of travels.
Yo, Flash Mine
Keep
C,
moving.
thank you for the 27 months, buddy.
Anything you need?
Alright, we need to upgrade
you
to
need?
+3. I don't think we go... Actually, wait, do we go +4? I'm just gonna check my bot because I'm curious. Oh no, we go +5, okay.
Be safe out there.
Hold on, I actually think I...
Anything you need? What do you need?
I remember, I think I upgrade...
Be safe out there.
Sure. Whatever. We'll be fine. We're just on normal difficulty anyways. Hey, Suffer. What's up, dude? The lads list emote, dude. All right. So his chest is the weak point, but it's kind of hard to hit the chest. Bit low on ammo. Doing a lot of damage though. Maybe we could have done hard difficulty. I don't know. If I remember right though, there are some pretty annoying parts of the like pretty easy to die parts. I need more fucking ammo, dude. Elden Ring dragon sound effect. I have an ammo box. Yeah, I know. I just didn't want to use it yet. Yeah, I'm just on normal difficulty. The harder difficulties in this game are no joke. I tried doing a melee only run in Remnant 2. I don't think I've ended up finishing it though. Or actually, maybe I did. Fuck, I can't remember. It was with like the World's Edge or... I don't know. There's like a melee weapon that has a ranged attack on it. In Remnant 2. Melee? Well, I mean, it's you're using a melee weapon. I mean, it's not even possible to beat the game like true melee. But you can do it with that weapon with the range attack on it.
Cracks in the walls grow every day, surrounding me. Human, the core is rotten. The Guardian, on the other, the labyrinth holds. This is a map.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say specific things there. I think it's fine. I don't know if I need to use this. I don't think so. Is this the right way? I think so. Oh, it's this area. I didn't mind the cube fight. It is kind of scary for hardcore, though.
Great King, I did not expect... You? You are not he. Yet you have opened
If you do hardcore
a second new
co-op though, you can just cheese the cube fight because you can have just one person go into the fight and they can try to do it and then
he is not. Yes.
because like hardcore co-op you need to both die.
The gate has like all it is.
Okay, shut up, lady. No.
Your arrival go well.
You can do that about any boss though in co-op. Yeah, that's true. But it's particularly for the cube. I don't know, the cube is really scary just because it's like insta-kill. What is this ring? Oh. That's actually not bad. Good ring. 25 extra health. Alright, we need to collect materials here, which I can't say I remember exactly where the materials are, but... Insta-kill is always bad game design. I mean, you're getting smashed by a giant cube. I think it's fair, but I don't remember where this upgrade materials are. I used to have like a route that I would run through this area because at least the upgrade materials are always in the same spots, which at least helps a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the cube fight is fine after you practice it a bit. Should probably use an adrenaline. I have so many enemies on me, holy shit. Is there anything in here? Is there a button to look behind you in this game? Just normal iron. Why is there so much normal iron here? Can't remember how much forged iron we need. I think we lost a good amount of the enemies at least. Dude, I do not remember the path. I don't remember the pathing I take through this place at all. My brain is trying to remember, but I think it's this way. I hope. This looks correct. If I remember, the amount of time it takes to get to the portal here can be very RNG. I hope this is the right way. I think it is. I don't know, man. I'm so rusty at this game. This looks correct, but I really don't know for sure. I remember this area. The boss of this area is kind of a pain, if I remember right. There's a good amount of scrap you could pick up here, though. No, this does look correct. know what? Might regret doing this, but I want to see what that purple item is. I thought I could fucking make that, man. What is this? What is this ring, though? Deceiver's Band? Increases evade speed by 25% and movement speed by 15% after performing a slide. That's kind of nice, actually. I bet those stack, too. Speedruns use a set seed. Maybe now they do. That was not the case before, though, when I ran the game. Back in this day, they used RNG and they liked it. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what the current speedrunning scene for this game is like, but when I ran it, we weren't allowed, or there was no like set seed.
You wake the pack.
Oh wait, I think this.
I won't be blamed for what happens if you do.
If I remember right, this is a free boss fight, and we don't even have to actually fight. I think we can just run past. I think this is good RNG. So this is another thing, like, you can get, sometimes you can just get a boss that's like an NPC, which is an optional fight, and you can just not do the fight. And this is like main progression path, so like, we can just skip the boss. At least I'm pretty sure, unless I'm got something mixed up, but I'm pretty sure we can just skip that and we're fine. In Yesha? No, I'm talking about right now. Don't know who you mean. I'm not sure myself. I hope I'm going the right way here. Oh yeah, this is the right way.
That was rough.
Hello, Ruffy? Hold on, I gotta open my door. It's so... I'm getting shit on. Yeah, this is the right spot. I remember this. We're actually pretty fucking fast with the adrenaline and the ring buff. It's pretty nice. I think I'm going the right way. I don't know. I'm just letting my muscle memory serve me here. It's actually been working surprisingly well. Okay, this is not the right way though. Oh, this way. Wait a second, am I going? Am I going fucking backwards?
Come on!
I'm looking. Oh, chat, this is not good. Who is fucking screaming? Oh, I'm actually lost. Not good. I think I'm just supposed to go right side. Yeah, I just got turned around. I'm pretty sure this is... I think we're good now. Alright. What do you mean it's not safe? What? The fuck do you mean it's not safe? There's nothing. There's nobody here. Okay, hold on. I might need to go back and forth. Yeah, but the thing is, if I take Liquid Death without taking the checkpoint, isn't it gonna? It's not gonna spawn me here, right? Isn't it gonna spawn me like super far back still? Maybe not. Maybe I don't remember how this works. Just need to activate. How do I start this boss fight? Wait a second, isn't this like, oh fuck, wait, is this the glitch? Or is there, no, I think it's... Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I remember this boss fight. You guys are really not that. Base tank it.
Whoa. It's over.
Yeah, maybe we could have done hard difficulty. I feel like normal might, I mean, I don't know. Normal's fine. The thing is, like, the boss fights are fun to do on the higher difficulties, but running through the areas actually becomes very cancerous when you're on, like, high difficulty. You basically have to kill like every single enemy. No, I don't think you can change difficulty like midway through the run. I could be wrong though. If I remember right, I think this is a good ring. Ring of Illusion. Actually, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. I think the ring we have right now is better just because it's... I think we're supposed to go through here.
Oh, hello, friend. I lack sight, but I know it. I smell one.
Damn it!
Wait, actually, is this the right way?
Have that, bastard!
I feel like I remember going through this, but now I'm not. I don't know. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, get it! What is that?
No, I don't think I was supposed to go through there. I don't know, my memory, like, I remember going through this gate, but maybe it depends on the, maybe depending on the seed you get, you want to go through the gate. I really don't know. I'm kind of confused.
Oh, hello, friend. I lack sight, but I know a customer when I see
Ask the 3,000 hour guy. Yeah. Honestly, we're making decent pace through this run, though. I feel like I remember this game surprisingly well. I mean, not like amazing, but... And you do have a map in this game, which definitely helps for like getting through the areas, but... It's actually really easy to go... Like, there are side paths in this game that are not... Like, there's not really any easy way to know that it's a side path. So if you go the wrong way, you're just kind of fucked. Like, you might just go through an entire zone and just not realize, but the main path progression zones all look the same, like, aesthetically. So, that helps a lot. Yeah, we did Bioshock Infinite. I think that's only in Remnant 2. With the shapes.
I'm in trouble!
I'm not sure I'm going the right way here, guys. Oh, maybe? I don't know. This could... No, I think this is correct.
Told them I couldn't have... I'm only sorry. Both gone. But hey. Till next time.
Oh there. You oh, what? I'm in. Here you go.
Gonna buy more ammo boxes, more of these, more of those. I don't remember if there's a way to increment that faster or not.
Keep your head up.
All right. How much money do we have? 3K? Okay, that's good. All right, hold on. I need to see. Wait, do I not actually...
Ace man just showing up if it were me. Certainly.
We get +7.
Take care, my friend.
Alright, so now we're gonna fight the Undying King, I think? Or actually, no, we don't fight the Undying King. Which boss is this? Wait, is this a boss? Or did I go the wrong fucking way? Oh, shit. I don't even remember this boss. Fuck is that? Weird, I don't remember this fight at all. Like, I don't, am I actually going the right way? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure this is the wrong... Like, that would explain why I don't fucking know where I am right now. Okay, well, now we're stuck in this fucking fight. I guess we could die. Probably done soon, right? The funny part is, it looks exactly the same as, like, the correct pathway. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna go back.
It's over.
Well, this is unfortunate because now our weapon... We upgraded our weapon before we made it to the boss fight room. So... Game looks kind of repetitive. Okay. Alright. Thing is, where did I even... This map fucking blows, dude. This is unfortunate. I actually don't really remember. I don't really remember where to go in this area. Maybe this way? Looks the same as the other. Is this not where I came in? I guess not. I'm so lost. Wait, no, the checkpoint's right there. So this is where I came in.
Whoa, it's over.
Okay. Well, that's all right. Whatever. Is there a fast way to exit dungeons? I don't think so. Yeah, I am lost. All right. I think I might know where to go, possibly. I think we need to go left instead of right. Maybe. I don't know. This place is confusing. Just loops around. Thing is, we don't want to go through that gate, so is this entire section that I'm in the wrong, like, am I just in the wrong area altogether? I'm very maybe I was supposed to go through that gate. Oh man. This is so scuffed. Oh, this is bad, guys. I'm actually so confused. You need a specific drop? No. Pretty sure. I mean, maybe it's over this way, but I think this is where I was. It's not where I was. Oh, man. This area is so confusing. Isn't this where we came in before? Did I speedrun this game? I did, yeah. It's just the thing is, the levels of this game are randomly generated. And like, the path that you take through the world is also random. You can, like, if you practice enough, you can know which, like, seed you got or which pattern you got. don't know. I think we're on the right track now. Hopefully. Game is too loud. Oh yeah? Can turn it down a bit.
That was rough.
Isn't there a map? Yeah, there's a map, but the thing is the game does not tell you, in this game, it does not tell you what is a main progression area and what is a side area. But I'm pretty sure we're on the right. I actually think we're going the right way. I should have just trusted my instinct with going through that door in the first place. Cause yeah, this is definitely the right way. I can't remember, does this guy have a weak point? Where'd he go? Do I have to chase this guy around? Back here, you bitch. Wish this game had like grenades, or maybe it does. I don't remember there being grenades though. Yeah, I mean, weapon mods can act as grenades, that's true. Bro, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. Ouch. Kind of hurt. Probably should have kept chasing him. I can't remember if you can one-cycle this guy. Might be able to. We did it. Oh. Gotta go around. Oh, the howling key. Yeah, that's what we need to progress in the area, I believe. My memory serves me correctly. We put that howling key out in the desert here. I wonder if they're working on a Remnant 3. Yeah, we need to put it in the big monument building. Exactly. Put it right over here. It is Darksiders made by the same team as Remnant? For some reason I feel like I never knew that. They took over? Hmm. Oh yeah, I see what you mean by the head bob. I'm actually curious now. Can I? Oh, yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. Probably should have turned that off sooner, eh? I didn't even notice it until right now. Alright, this fight is kind of hard. Well, actually, I don't think it's that hard on normal. On higher difficulties, this is like one of the most cancerous fights ever. Yeah, we kill him because killing him lets us skip like another area or something. I can't remember exactly why.
You have come a long, difficult way, if the whispers are true. So, traveler, what do you believe brings you here? A pity, really. For example, I know a child. I have seen your home. We hold that in this key, it knows. Ah, you are.
Wait, no.
Wiser than you look.
Wait, I'm scared. I'm fucking alt up. Dude, I don't know. I can't remember. Can you... I can't remember. If you choose the wrong option, like, can you still fight him? I actually don't know. God, I do not want to have to do that whole fucking other area. Because I chose the wrong fucking option. I cannot remember. You can just shoot him? Okay. Alright, it's just, that scared me. It's fine though. I don't know how far back it put me. Hopefully not. Okay, we're right here. That's good. You can't shoot him.
A pity. For example, child. I have seen your home. We hold that this key, it knows. I should warn. Regardless, there is a wood. These bring me the...
You will never have the beast's heart.
Arrogant child. You shall see why they call me Undying. Attend to me, dear. There is an intruder in our midst.
I told you this fight is no fucking joke, dude. All right, this this might take a few tries. I think you can actually shoot those orbs that are in the air, if I'm remembering correctly. I think you can shoot them or something. I don't know if you have to dodge them.
Have you the heart? For your sake, I will assume how dead. Arrogant child. Attend! There is an
Chill, bro. All right, it's not over. It's not over. No, I don't want to fucking melee. Stop fucking healing, you bastard. All right, nice.
That was rough. How do I do this? Oh, the portal is how you go to courses. I think I just run back now. Oh yeah, it's the labyrinth, right? The labyrinth key. Yeah, I realize my mistake. Isn't it this way?
Hey, Dr. Reaper, Dr. Repper, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. Thank you, man. All right, this is the right way. Game would benefit greatly from an awesome cube boss. True. There is a really good ring that we can get in this area as well. I don't remember if it's RNG,
Where'd I end up?
if you get the right like seed for it or not. There's like this bell puzzle that you can do to get a really good stamina ring from what I remember. It's all just regular iron. Oh wait, no, we want to do... Or maybe we don't... Oh my god. Oh god. I might be dead. Yeah, I would definitely recommend playing Remnant 1. I mean, a lot of people in chat have said they like Remnant 1 more than the second, so... okay. Am I doing DLC? I don't even remember the DLC for this game. Is there even DLC for this game? I guess there is. I don't even remember. I don't know if I'm going the right way, guys. Oh, hopefully this is correct. I mean, there's a boss fight here. Yeah, I mean, this run has been going well. We're like... I think this run might take... I'm not sure exactly how much we have left. Maybe like an hour? Maybe 45 minutes? Oh, okay, yeah, well, this is the right area. This is the boss we need to be fighting. This fight is kind of a pain. It's actually pretty easy to die here. Any cool speed tech in this game? There's actually some like out of bounds strats that I think got found since the last time I ran this game. I'm gonna go over here. This is the safe strat. There's an ammo box. Holy shit. This is not good, chat. Guys are so tanky. Did we do it?
That was rough.
Oh yeah, isn't this guy like friendly or something? Mr. Longneck?
Speak, outsider.
Oh, Mrs. Longneck.
Navun, sir. I know you're long ago. The Paxel, but for a queen, Yesha.
Okay, thanks, lady. Remnant 1 had better customization because it had no set classes. Yeah, that's true. I kind of like the class system in Remnant 2 though. I thought it was cool. I don't know, like when you're playing co-op with friends, it felt like you had more of a role, you know what I mean? Friends, yeah, who has those? I'm not sure if I'm going the right way. Looks kind of correct. I don't know. This doesn't seem... Actually, no, this might be correct. I think I just went the wrong way. I think I'm supposed to go below. I hope this is the right way. I really hope this is the right way. Have I played RE2? Yeah, we did RE2 remake.
Whoa, it's over.
So the thing is, I'm there. We need to be in an area that looks like this, but I don't know if this. I'm pretty sure there's two areas. One that's a side area and one that's a main area, and I don't know. Hopefully this is the right way. You remember this area? I mean, me too, but the problem is, I think there's... I don't know. There's like a way that you can go the wrong... It's possible to go the wrong way in this part of the game. This looks correct, though. I remember this specific area. I think we're good. I think we're going the right way. Hopefully this is correct. Think this looks good. Maybe. Yeah, I remember this fight. I think this is the right way. This fight's actually kind of a pain. This guy can kill you really fast. Bastard, dude. What the fuck?
This ain't good.
Where are you? Okay.
It's over.
Yep, just gotta turn on my wall hacks. Right. We're just on normal difficulty. I didn't want this run to take like 5 hours. We probably could have done hard difficulty. Wait, other way? What do you mean other way? Well, I want to grab the checkpoint just in case. But yeah, I need to go north. This is game number 23. We're actually pretty close to the end now, chat. We have like 2 fights left, and then that's it. This has not been bad at all. This has actually been a pretty decent run. It's not the end of the stream, just the end of the game. There's more games to come. Faster than PB? Well, no, not not quite, but yeah, we got an amulet now. Yeah, I don't know. We don't really need any of those. Actually, wait, maybe it's 3 bosses left? I'm not sure. But either way, we're doing good. Oh yeah, galvanized iron. That's what we needed to pick up. I think that's the first galvanized iron pickup I've seen. Like, where the hell is this? Where's this ship been? Maybe it doesn't start spawning yet.
I'm in trouble.
I'm on normal difficulty. Dude, climb. Thought I could climb that ledge, but I guess not. All right.
That was rough.
Getting a bit low on adrenaline. Okay, though. Is this the final game? No. Oh, it's this place. I remember this. Okay. I see. Yeah, we have 3 fights left then. Well, including this one. If you get good RNG, you can actually skip one of the boss fights in this in this game, or in this section. But we did not get the RNG for that. Can you headshot these guys? I don't know if you can. These enemies are fucking cancer.
I'm in trouble.
Did we do it? Yeah. Think? Elder armor. ETA completion time. Not sure. Put the elder stuff on. What does this do? Increases the total damage dealt by all allies standing within 40 meters for 30 seconds. It's a 25% chance to not consume a dragon heart. Huh. I wonder, does this apply to you? Or is this only for allies? That's a lot of damage, but it might be only for allies. But there are some like co-op exclusive armor pieces. Wait, was this actually a fucking side area? Oh god, chat. I thought this was a fucking main area, but this is a dead end, so I might have done an optional area. Dude, I could have sworn this is... Oh, fuck. Fuck. I thought this was one of the possibilities, but I guess I was wrong. Thought the bell guy was up next. Yeah, I remember the bell guy. It's like the bell guy or the spear guy, I think. Yo, Shafa, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Inix, thank you for the 65 months. Well, shit. Oops. It was all calculated for the 30% damage boost that probably doesn't even work for me. You can teleport out of a dungeon from the stone. Yeah. Too late now. Whatever. I'm having a good time. You know what? This run has been going pretty well, so I don't really mind that we messed that up. It's okay. Let's get to play Remnant a little bit more. I mean, RE4 OG, yeah, it was a little scuffed in some parts. RE4 OG on professional is actually pretty tough. Like, you can die very easily in a lot of the rooms. It's just, I remember specifically this entrance, this like type of entrance I thought was correct, but I guess it's not. I don't know. I'm really confused now because isn't this... I don't know. I guess we have to take the other pathway through the door. I really thought that was the way. But I guess the way is in the southwest part of the map. Or maybe I don't know. I'm really confused right now, chat, to be honest. It all looks the same. Yeah, it's all right, Lackey. We'll get there. I feel like there's this pathway, but I feel like this is also not correct, but maybe it is.
Whoa, it's over.
This is not... I don't think this is the right way. I might actually need... The next game is Wu Chang. Just because I'm downloading a game does not mean I'm playing it next. But nice try. Okay, hold on. I need to do some VOD analysis real quick, chat, because this is confusing. Because we did the siege fight, and then we fought the bow guy. So I believe you either get the bow guy or you get this guy called the Storm Caller. I believe. Oh yeah, this is I remember this section of the game would really fuck me up before when I tried to run this. I'm really confused right now. I don't remember. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. It's because there's one seed that's like very straightforward, and then there's another one that's way more confusing. Maybe it's down here, but that's where we were before. after a night rain run? I mean, no. I mean, we're just going in a circle right now. It's just I don't...
That was rough.
I don't know, whatever. Let's just go back through, I guess, and figure out what the fuck we did wrong here. I really don't know. Because doing this siege boss is correct. And then doing the siege boss is correct. And then the bow boss that we fought afterwards was also correct. But then maybe after we kill the bow boss, we're not supposed to go to the exit behind him, but rather a different exit in the same area. Maybe that's what's going on. Because I know for a fact that the bow boss is the correct way, but then when we left the bow boss's arena, it just took us back to the main area, which leads to a side area. You know what? No. That's actually what it is. That's what it is. After you kill the bow boss, I think you need to go back out. If I remember correctly, the bow boss is the top left here, and then to the right is the correct way. I think that's true. I think that's it. I'm pretty that sounds very correct to me, so I'm going to I think that's right. This door is locked, right? I think we're on the right track, guys. I think we're doing it. Yep. This is the right... I think this is the right way. I hope. I mean, I think it has to be this way. I don't think there's anywhere else for us to check. And if this is also a side area, then fuck me, I guess. I have literally no idea what to do. You hated this game? Dang. All right, hopefully this is the right way. Really hope so. All right, I think we need to go back. Doesn't seem right. Well, we're fucking doing it anyways because there's literally nowhere else to go, so.
So you brought... I can hardly... You're made of... What do you need?
All right, we're using the... Actually, we should just put the drifter stuff back on.
So long.
I don't think this other gear is actually doing anything for me. Alright, we need to buy some more materials though.
Oh, traveler? Never doubt.
I slayed the dragon. Yeah, that was a while ago, buddy. Not really using enough of those, honestly.
Take care, friend.
Alright, whatever. That's fine. Did I ever do the home base puzzle? I think, like, when I played the game casually, we don't do it in the speedrun, though, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, it's really easy to get lost in this game, though. I hope this is the right way. Is this the Stormcaller fight? Honestly, dude, this... I feel like this is somehow not the right way, but I hope it is. No, this is the right way. Yeah, it's the Stormcaller. I think the bow guy was actually the wrong way. I think the bow guy can be the right way, but it's RNG. Am I dead? Dude, what the fuck is even happening? There is a map, but the map doesn't really help that much because the map doesn't tell you which is the correct way. It just shows you if there's an entrance or an exit. It doesn't tell you that it's the right entrance or exit though, because there's a lot of like side areas. In a real run, do you reset until you get the RNG you're looking for? I mean, I didn't run this game for long enough where it really mattered. I don't really know if people run this game anymore, but... You just get like perma-stunned? A wake-up attack. Gotta time it. Oh, the skull cracker. Yeah, I haven't really been paying attention to the modifiers on the bosses. I can't really remember what they do. I know Hardy is like more health, and I think they're, well, some of them are kind of like obvious. One more boss. Two more bosses, I think. Yeah, because now we're, okay, now we're here. And now we go south. Said two more bosses before the last boss. Well, it would have been correct if it was actually the right way, but it wasn't. I never ran the DLC for this game. I'm not sure I even remember what the DLC is for this game. How long before the end of the run? I don't know, like 10 or 15 minutes maybe? Like, I don't know if I ever even played the DLCs for this game. Like, maybe I did? I can't remember. I probably did. Oh, right, this is the boss fight that we can skip. But I can't remember. Do I just shoot the bell? Or do I talk to him? Hold on. I have to check my fucking VOD for this chat. I mean, we could also just fight the guy. Did I not do it fast enough? I did it.
The roots grow stronger, and a cub disturbs my rest. What does it hope to gain through this concursion? Endless quest. You will die. I was here. Tell me, cub, what makes you think you can succeed? Only a fool. The root. I would wish that I need not your thanks, Lord. Go now.
Thank you. Speed tech boss skin.
I'm alive!
Yeah.
I'm alive!
I'm alive! Yeah, you can skip this fight if you do a very specific... you have to shoot the bells in like a specific pattern. Like a secret. I don't remember how you're supposed to find that out. Killing him would have been faster. I don't know about that. I think the boss fight actually takes quite a while. Perplex Anomalous, thank you for the 54 months. Skunterton, thank you for the 108 months. Drax, thank you for the 58 months. Gotta jump over this. Yeah, I don't remember where you're actually supposed to learn that.
Rusted place. Oh, holy. Mine. But maybe. How can I help? Yeah. That mirror is like a door. Ah, right, of course. That's it. No.
Alright, the Founder's Key. Now it's back to Ward 13. Oh yeah, I think we want to use this. Alright, final boss time. We need to go to the mirror in Ward 13, which, quite frankly, I don't even fucking remember where that is, but... Is it over this way?
Hey, traveler.
Don't you need to do a minimal amount of puzzles before getting to the Miro area? Bro, I don't fucking have any idea. I don't think so. Or maybe? Wait, isn't it right up here? Where the fuck am I going? Alright, I'm just gonna go check my VOD because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, chat. I think it's over this way. Ah, yes. Nice that you have infinite stamina here. If I remember right, there's like a key I have to grab in here or below. Something like that. Or I need the fuse, that's what it is. Can't remember if I go back now. I think I go back down and then I use the fuse down here. I remember the last time I did this game in the marathon, like in my birthday marathon 2 years ago, I got like really confused. Yeah, this is it. Why is there no timer for the current game? Because I didn't really care to do that. I mean, I could set up the timer for, well, actually, no, it still wouldn't really work. Actually, no, it would. I could have set that up. All right, founder's key. Yeah, you can also just do some math. It's not that complicated. I mean, I could have had 2 timers on the screen, but then honestly, chat would probably get even more confused. I would probably have a bunch of people asking me, why is there 2 timers, Dist? So, I think it's probably better this way. I've actually ran with 2 timers before, and a lot of times people would ask that, or like not really understand. Alright guys, the final boss here. We're almost done. Honestly, this has not been a bad run. This has been decent. Not amazing, but it's been alright. I can't complain, honestly.
Once again, the children of the core think to change the inevitable. They do not see the truth, the futility of their actions. We bring purity to chaos, serenity to bedlam. All will be consumed. This is necessary and good.
Honestly, I think the Remnant 2 final boss is like one of the best final bosses in a game.
Their lives worth living.
The Remnant 2 boss is actually such a good fight.
The worlds and the core of the worlds live in pain, agony, discord. We bring peace, equality, silence. All are one within our embrace. The children resist what cannot be resisted. They fight a battle that cannot be won. Their actions are ultimately irrelevant. No matter how many times they rise, they will be destroyed. Their time is over. We will consume all.
Dr. Octo. I could have upgraded my gun more. Oh, whatever. If we die, we could go upgrade it more, I guess.
Come on, come on!
Bro. Okay, well, sorry viewers. Sorry believers. It's so weird because I strafed that the first time and then I don't know. It's like I strafed it super easily one of the times, so I thought you could strafe it, but maybe I got lucky or maybe I was like far enough away. I don't know. I guess I should. I guess I shouldn't have tried to fucking strafe it. I don't know. I'm gonna upgrade my gun a little bit.
So long. Good. Just what do you need? So long.
I went closer. Yeah, I guess if you're too close, you can't strafe it. Should have bet more on though. Sorry, believers. The last time I was walking instead of running. Well, that makes even less sense. Holy sh... Has like 2 health. Yeah, I don't know. I'm done trying to strafe this fucking thing. Alright, so each enemy I kill here gives me a stacking damage buff, but this place does damage over time. We need to go into that portal later on, or well... I can't fucking aim. I think it's time to leave. I thought... Okay, whoops. I thought that the moment you left that, the boss The boss got exposed, but I was wrong. I think the boss maybe does like 2 attacks before it exposes the weak point. I can't remember actually how this shit works. How are these misses? Come on. Oh, right, this is how it works. Oh my. You can one cycle this fight, I just messed it up. It's okay though. I'm gonna go. Woo! GG. We've done it. The sequel final boss is much better, yeah. Yeah, the Remnant 2 final boss is really good. Remnant 2 was too easy. Have you played Remnant 2 on Apocalypse difficulty? Clearly you haven't. That game's fucking hard as hell. Full tank build can steamroll it. Well, have you tried playing Apocalypse on new game difficulty, I should say? Because yeah, I mean, Apocalypse is easy if you're on New Game Plus. Oh, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, Tyros. Joanne, thank you for the 3 months. Highest difficulty isn't even possible on New Game and Remnant 2. Yes, it is. I beat... Well, Baru and I beat Apocalypse co-op permadeath on New Game. Although in co-op it's a lot easier. Permadeath is not nearly as difficult in co-op because one person can die. It's just if you both die then it's GG, but you can't choose that difficulty on New Game. Maybe not on your first playthrough, but you can definitely choose Apocalypse. Yeah, I can't remember. I think maybe you unlock Apocalypse after you beat the game once. Is there credits music for this game, or is it just completely quiet? The fuck? All right, well, that was a fun run. I'm gonna go get a drink, chat. I'm gonna take a short break. And then it is time for bonus game 12. I will be right back, chat. Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know why this game has no why is there no credits music? Yeah, I don't know. I did technically speedrun Black Myth Wukong, but it was only for a few days. And honestly, that game is like... It's so fucking long. It's such a long fucking game. I'm pretty sure Wukong would take like the entire day to do. Because, I mean, I did a speedrun of Wukong, and even with like practicing the fights and knowing what I was doing for the most part, I think my best run was like 4.5 hours. And that's like when I had practiced the levels, practiced the fights and stuff. Some of the fights in Wukong are also really fucking hard. Especially when you're like underpowered. All right. What next? I am feeling like doing... We are gonna do... Does my game capture work? We're gonna do some human fall flat. Ah. All right. This game is quite short. Wasn't aware this game has an ending. Well, you can just beat all the stages. The thing is, so this game has also been updated, and they added new stages since the last time I played it. They added this... I believe this stage, the dark stage, is one that they added afterwards. I'm also not sure about the ice. Actually, ice might still be... I don't know. I can't remember. Anyways, Mansion is the first stage. I think Dark, Steam, and Ice are all new stages. But we're not going to do those because I don't fucking remember. The last time we did this game in a marathon, I tried to do those stages and it was miserable. I had no idea what I was doing and it was just not very fun.
Humans, they will run into every door they encounter.
This game has bee hopping.
And grab opportunities with both of their hands. Yet
Down
they
there.
can't fly and never will.
So there's a skip around the wall here. Oh. Yeah, the game is kind of loud. Oh, let me see. I don't think we hit the skip there. There's a skip you can do here where you grab. You need to like jump and hit the loading zone. I think that might have worked. No. It's kind of tough. Surely we'll get it soon. Maybe? Nice, we got it. Oh yeah. All right. Oh. Okay. There we go. Oh, what's up, Salad? It's just exclamation mark game. Human Fall Flat 2. Wait, what? Is there a second one? Ugh. Oh, right. You wanna have your hands already out in this game before you climb. I remember now. Right, we can skip. So there's like... Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna remember how to do this though. I don't know if it... Does this still work on current patch? I don't remember how to do this tech. Oh, that's not good, chat. Yeah, it's weird. My game is at... There's a way to like infinite climb up walls, but I don't remember how to do it. I think they did... It has something to do with you need to, it's like your camera position. I really need to remember how to do this. Like you need to go like horizontal to, oh man, this is so bad. Wait, I got it. I got it. I did it. I think I'm remembering. I'm remembering. Use hands one by one. You guys don't suggest, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't suggest anything, please, because you don't know you don't know what you're talking about. All right. So here we need to do a climb. Ah, this fucking wood is in the way. God, you need a lot, you need to get like a big upward momentum. Hold on. Might need to up my sends or something. Okay. Okay. We go across this.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
And now we need to do pipe climb. Good climb. All right. Now we got to do a B-hop jump. Oh, that's not going to get it. That's okay. We just have to redo everything again. Oh, fuck. Lift with your fucking arms, dude. Ugh. Bro, get up. Okay. There we go. That should be good. That was a good jump. That was a good jump. I think we hit the loading zone. We did. Nice. All right. Good, good, good. All right, now we need to rock strat. All right, we need to hit a B hop here. Nice, good B hop. All right, now we're gonna do a ledge. We need to slowly go across this wall here. Boom. We're in. Oh wait, that's not that's not what I was supposed to do. I think I trapped myself. I think we have to restart the level. Unless I can I like, I might be able to squeeze my body through this crack, like a crack here, but it's gonna be really hard. I don't know. I need to get the leg in somehow. I think we should just restart the level. Oops. Ugh. Are they actually making a second human fall flat? Yeah, I like this game a lot. Could be a maybe Human Fall Flat 2 would be a good lads game. All right. Woohoo! Okay. So there's a boat that you're supposed to use on this part, but if we do this right, we can b-hop across the water. It's kind of precise, though. If you're under the water for too long, it, like, resets your position. I can't remember exactly where you do this. Okay, nice. Okay, so now we're gonna climb up here. We're going. Get up there, you fucker. All right. All right. So now we need to. Now we need to jump. We need. Oh. Damn it. We need to b-hop across this giant rail. This is actually one of the harder parts of the run. If you're a duo, this is a lot easier. All right, here we go. Fuck, man. Oh, holy shit, this is so hot. The camera's also terrible here. Okay. We got this. It's just, it's really weird because you jump based on the center of your model and not the feet. So like when you're jumping along this rail, your feet are doing their own fucking thing. It's like, it's really awkward to like, it's hard to tell where like it's hard to tell where the center of your body is because you're like flopping all over the place. I mean, maybe we can... Why is my character like fucking...
Majestic!
Oh, all right. Now we open this and we jump. Wee-hee. All right. So now we got to shove this thing in the hole to stop the fan. Oh. Alright, and now we can hit... If we do this right, we can hit a big B-hop. Oh, nope, that was not good. I already could tell I was gonna miss it. Nope. We need to B-hop, like, directly on the corner of this wall. But getting the positioning right is kind of hard. Yeah, that was good. Oh no. Oh, we're fucked. God damn it. I couldn't do the climbing. I couldn't do the climbing tech because my feet were like falling under the ledge. Oh, I don't remember the positioning. I mean, I could just wall climb over this there, but the thing is, the wall climbing is not that fast. Like, it takes a while. Oh, that was actually really good, but I hit my head on the wall. Yeah, no. Oh, it's so close, man. It's so hard. I don't remember the setup for this. I'm just winging it. Believers, I'm trying. Dude, the fucking... I keep hitting my head. That was it. And then I hit my head on the fucking wall. Not gonna work. I could just climb the wall, but I want to hit this strat. Oh, he was so, like, that was it, dude. That was so close, but my foot just missed the fucking ledge by like a centimeter. Okay, nice. Okay, it's not over yet, Chad. It's not over. Now we need to do the launch. Hold on, I actually need to check I need to check the fucking keybinds. I don't remember. Play dead. Why? Okay. We need to play dead as we walk into this thing. That was not the right angle. We need to use this to launch ourselves. Want to go back to the Welcome to the Game speedrun days? Well, we might end up running... I mean, Welcome to the Game might make a return with Welcome to the Game 3. Not quite. We need to land in this green one right there. That hole. You see it right there? Oh, that looks good. I think we're good. Oh, come on! That was so close, dude. Fuck off. Oh, that was so close. Come on. Oh, dude! Oh. Get in the hole, dude! It's a miss again. Oh, it's so close, dude. No, I got so much forward momentum there. I don't know why. Maybe you can land in any of them? I could have sworn only one of them actually has the exit, though. Okay, this looks... I think this is it, chat. Dude, okay, this is just fucking... This is so fucking grief. Bro, how am I missing it by like a fucking centimeter every time? This is so fucking frustrating. What am I doing wrong? I don't know. The wall... Okay, I don't know. This is pissing me off. It's good. Am I gonna fall? Urgh. Okay. I don't know, man. I actually don't know. I was alt tab to check something because okay, this has got that's got to be it. That has to be it. Oh. All right, guys, final level. Not good. Okay. Get up, you fuck! I'm doing it for the believers! Climb! All right, we just got to get through this door, chat. We just gotta shove ourselves through this fucking door. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Fucking climb, you bitch! We've done it. All right, so technically this is where the game would end before. There is 3 more stages that they put in the game, but I don't know how to beat them, and honestly, you guys don't want to see me play this. It's the last time I did this game in a marathon, I tried to do these stages and I was having a miserable time because I had no idea what I was doing and chat was just flaming me the whole time. So yeah, fuck that. Like the problem is I don't know how to beat. Why doesn't the climbing tech work on that? Yeah, you can just open the door. Wait, can you open the door? I guess you're meant to go out the window. It's annoying, like, well, okay, I shouldn't say it's annoying, but there's so many games that we've done in this marathon that, like, have been updated and they added new stages and stuff. they designed these levels with speedrun tech in mind. I mean, they probably did, or at least there is speedrun tech, but I don't know it. I don't know how to, I don't even know the win condition for the levels. So, yeah. Anyways, that was how much content the game used to have. But yeah, they've added 3 stages since, so. They added Dark, Steam, and Ice. I mean, maybe I should like learn these stages for next time. But yeah, I don't know how to do them, so maybe for next New Year's marathon chat. Maybe for the birthday marathon. All right. Anyways, that was Human Fall Flat. Pretty short game. It's actually a fun run though. I like the bee hopping mechanic in Human Fall Flat a lot. All right. Let's do we're gonna do this game. Sorry, the FPS is low because I'm all tabbed. All right, so I actually downloaded old patch for this game. The devs for this game fixed a bunch of skips and stuff that used to be in it, but I downloaded old patch, so we can actually do some of the old tech. Because the last time I did Little Nightmares 2 in my marathon, I didn't down patch the game. We can try to do the hunter skip. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it, but we can try. Why would a dev fix a skip that affects like 5 people? I don't know, devs like to do that shit for some reason. The 3-hour game? What are you talking about? Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I'm gonna need to I'm gonna have to check my VOD to remember how to do the hospital fuse dupe. Good, hold on one sec. Yo, Mrs. Sparky Pants, thank you for the Prime sub. Apocalypse, thank you for the 3-year resub. Kyrens, thank you for the Prime sub. I can't remember, when does Reanimal come out? February 13th. No, it's fine. It's like 2 weeks before RE9, isn't it? I'm excited for Reanimal. How long was the Deathloop run? The Deathloop run was a fucking disaster. Or like, the run itself wasn't bad, but the game was destroying my computer. Hold on. I think I need to turn the game sound up a little bit. Kind of quiet. I don't know what the hell was going on with that. French challenge next game. What? There's a skip you can do here. I don't know if we're gonna be... Skip is kind of hard. Oh, I got it. Nice. I don't like Little Nightmares 3 that much. I seem mind broken. Thanks, man. Done. There's also a skip here.
Oh.
Come on. I gotta get the tree skip. Is this... There we go. "56 hours and still no Mortal Shell." Mortal Shell will happen at some point. What's up, Buck? How has that RE4 mod been, by the way? Looked fun. It looked very, like, action heavy. I didn't really watch that much. There's also a skip you can do here. You gotta jump off this. Oh, nice, we got it. So, interestingly enough, in Little Nightmares 1, there's a stamina mechanic, but in this game, they got rid of the stamina mechanic. And the main thing is you can't jump 3 times in a row. You have to jump like, you can jump twice in a row, and then you have to stop jumping for a little bit. Basically. Oops. Isn't that implicit stamina? I mean... maybe? I don't remember how to jump through this place. Pine cone strats. So there is actually on the current Little Nightmares 2 run actually launches directly to the end of this chapter using that spot right there. I never learned how to do that though. I don't know, like maybe we could have tried it, I guess, but we're gonna try to do there's another thing called the Hunter launch, and that's what we're gonna try to do. A Hunter launch saves us a lot of time if we can hit it right. Hopefully. I actually made a tutorial video for the Hunter launch, so I think I'm gonna watch my own tutorial video before we do the skip and see if we can remember how to do it. It's very precise. Like, you need to launch... yeah, well, you'll see. It's like a super launch that you can do, but you need to control your character and land in like a very specific spot. So you use the timer. You have to use the timer in order to, like, you can't even see your character when you're controlling it. Yeah, Bach. Yeah, there's... I don't know if we're gonna try that skip. There is like a lunch or like a cafeteria skip that you can do in this game, but it's really, really hard. You have to dodge these like super aggro kids that all want to murder you. And you have to do like a very, very specific movement in order to do it. It's actually insane how many skips this game has. I don't remember how to do all of them exactly. Yeah, the devs fixed many of the skips. So you can there's actually a strat. Hold on, I mean we can keep trying it, I guess. You can jump to this key from here. I know, it sounds crazy, but you can't. I don't remember if you need to be holding grab before you jump. I don't remember exactly how to do it. I don't know if you need like a big running start. I know it doesn't seem like you can, but trust me, you actually can, because this game has a thing called like I don't know how to describe it. Your character will automatically like seek towards an object. I don't remember, maybe I need to jump. I don't know how it works though, man, fuck. I think it's kind of precise with like where you're. I want to do this, but I don't want to waste too much time here. Yeah, you like magnetize towards the key. I don't really know what I can do differently though here. I don't know, whatever. I guess we'll just fucking go the slow way. I don't know, this is another skip that was found after I stopped running the game, so I never really got a chance to practice it. Like I'm almost certain. Hold on, I'm gonna check my VOD because I actually have my VOD open, but I'm almost certain I did not do that key skip. Yeah, no, I didn't. Man. Yeah, I mean there's I don't know, whatever. Whatever, we're not gonna do it. We'll just fucking do it casually, I guess. Yeah, I'm really curious like what it is. I think it's just you need a very specific angle, I guess. Hello? Okay, that's... I don't know why my character didn't do that. Alright, so there's a little bit of a skip we can do here. If we throw this shoe... Oh, well, that's great. Nice shoe throw. If we put the shoe here and then dash into it, we can, like, we can basically kick the box. Alright, we're almost at the hunter skip. We didn't really do that very well there. Okay, chat. I need to. I'm gonna. All right, guys. We're gonna learn together. Okay. Don't worry. I make short tutorial videos. Move to this corner. All right. Past dist. Teach me the way. Quick explanation for a much more consistent setup for the hunter skip. So basically, right as you load in, you want to move to this corner over here. Once you're in the corner, like against the left wall, you want to tap S. You can see I hold S here to make sure you're facing the wall. That's how you know you're fully in the corner. Once you're in the corner, you want to tap W or hold W and D to go down diagonally towards this spot right here. After you get there, you want to tap W to barely go up. If you tap W too long and you go up too high, this will not work. You have to barely go up the slope. So once you're up the slope, then you're going to want to time your D press. When you press D, it'll launch you. You want to time your D press with the timer. So you can see here, I timed it right
Okay.
at 39 seconds. So like right around 39 I launched. It's very important to time it.
So you hold, I think you hold D for 6
every time.
seconds,
So now
then W for
7 seconds
1.
after I launch, which is at 46 seconds.
Oh, no,
I'm gonna
7
hold
seconds.
W for about 1 second. Okay. So you can see. Oh wait, at 46. You can see I held W. So at 46 I held W for about a second. About 0.9.
Okay.
And then I start holding A. You don't want to hold A instantly. You actually want to wait a little bit. But if you wait a little bit, it'll put you in the perfect spot, and you just pause. And if you see your character past the bottle here, like anywhere past it, as long as you pause.
All right, we totally got this, guys. Here we go. 100%. You know what? Actually, hold on. If the thing is, if I fuck up this, hold on. I'm gonna back up my save data, because if I fuck up this skip, it might soft lock the game and put me in the wrong spot. So we don't want that to happen. It's fine. We'll get it first try, surely. Okay, I don't even know if I found the right save date. I don't even know if I found... Dude, I hate that when I search something on Google, it's just AI results, the first thing. Like, bro, come on. And dude, I feel like it's not even correct. Okay. All right, here we go. That's fine. I'm on old patch, right? I think so. Because you can try this in multiple times in a row, right? I'm not... Am I not on old patch? Maybe I know, I might know what I did wrong. Okay. Hold on. I don't know. I don't know. Give me one sec. I downloaded old patch for this game, and was almost certain that I put it, I
I put it in the save file or the... I was pretty sure that I overwrote the data and made it old patch, but maybe I forgot to do it. So let me try this real quick. No, I definitely replaced it. I'm doing it again. I don't know, maybe I'm just messing up the positioning. The thing is, from what I remember, it's not that hard to like... It's not that hard to launch yourself. This spot right after you get... Okay. Let me boot up the game. Oh, you know what? I think my speed chat, I think I have to be holding sprint. I think that might be what... Maybe that's what I'm messing up. You don't have to sprint? Okay, well, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't really know what I'm doing wrong then. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Pay attention to the timer. That was not right. Okay. Okay. I know. All right. All right. I died? Nice. Oh, what am I stuck on, man? Jesus. Is this even worth it? I'm doing it. I don't care. That's not...
I'm not getting launched correctly at all here. I'm not going far enough down the poop, I think. My FPS is fine. Okay, I think I'm pressing W too long. I'm hitting the roof, which I'm not supposed to. Hello? Maybe trying to do the skip was a bad idea, but I'm gonna keep trying it. I don't care. I don't know, the camera's just not panning the way it's supposed to. I don't understand why. That looked better, but not quite. That's fucked. Why is my character automatically running that direction? Oh, fuck, man. Are you sure that you don't have to hold sprint? It's just so, it's so weird. I'm gonna try to do it with sprint. Okay, no, you definitely don't use sprint. I hit my head on the fucking roof again. Dude, I can't, like, I don't fucking know. I cannot do this. Clearly my tutorial sucks. Like, I don't know if my... I don't understand why the camera is not panning at all. Okay, my character is moving on its own again. That's... camera's not panning. I don't know. I just cannot. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's like I'm just never getting the camera panning. I don't know. The camera is just never. It's never moving. I don't understand why it's not moving. Oh, I guess going for the skip was a bad idea, man. I wonder if somehow my controller being plugged in is causing stick drift, which is just throwing off the angle. You can still get it even if it doesn't pan. Yeah, I know. But I feel like it's a lot harder to know if you got it. And I feel like when I would do this before, it would always pan. Yes, I'm using keyboard and mouse, obviously. I can't hold two directions on a controller. That's literally impossible. I don't know. I'm dying so fast as well. I'm gonna see, maybe that helps. I don't know. Maybe we actually do have stick drift from the controller. It's just the launch is just so unreliable. I don't know. My FPS is consistent. I don't know. This is so strange. Okay, maybe I need to hold W for more. I can't do it, guys. I don't know. This is actually crazy. I really I guess it's just my positioning. It's just
Believers, I'm sorry, but you're cooked. It's like we're close, but not. This might have. Oh, I hope this didn't. This is a skip, yeah. It's a really difficult skip. It doesn't help that, dude, in my fucking YouTube video, it's like so dark. I feel like I can barely fucking see anything. Like I can't tell exactly. Like my character is just falling down so fast. The skip saves like fucking 10 minutes, chat. It's actually insane how much time this You started 20 minutes ago? Yeah. I know. Don't have to tell me. Hey, Pepsi Man, thank you for the 10 months. I mean, I'm determined to get this skip now. Maybe somehow this worked. Feels like a patched version. Well, you have no idea what you're talking about. That's okay. Why? Ah, it's so annoying your fucking controls get stuck while you're doing this shit. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I just can't. Wasn't this super precise timing? Yeah, but... Wonder, that was close. Okay, I think I might know. I think I... That was close. I think that was close. That one attempt. I don't know. I just sometimes it's like the launch is just completely wrong. I think the problem is I don't know the exact positioning. Like.
I'm falling so fast. I'm just, the launch I'm getting is just atrocious. I mean, I don't see anything. Maybe somehow this was it. God, I think I underestimated how difficult this skip is. I think I forgot. Am I facing the right direction? Yeah. Yeah, Goshki, I don't know what you're linking me, but that skip, that's not even close to the same skip. Maybe? I'm never gonna get this, dude. This... You just need to be on such a specific positioning in on this like weird ass fucking sack of shit. This might be good. I don't know, man. This is cursed. This is so cursed. I don't think that's gonna work at all. It's just, dude, my fucking video, like... Hold on, let me check. Let me just check my speedrun video. Maybe that'll make it, maybe that'll be easier. Ah, chat. I really thought I'd be able to hit this skip faster than this, but I'm gonna keep trying. I mean, whatever. I know nobody's complaining. I'm complaining to myself because I thought I could do it faster. tell it's not right when I launch like that. It's just my positioning on the launch. It's just I just can't quite get it right. I need to be lower. Close. I wonder if there's something else going on here, or maybe it might just be I just can't get the positioning quite right. To be fair, I spent. Oh my character is moving on its own for some reason. Piece of shit. I'm pretty sure I did like an 8-hour practice stream to like learn this shit. I don't know. I'm so confused. I'm actually kind of confused right now. I don't know, man. I don't know, guys. Like, why does the camera just never pan on its own? I don't understand. I think it's the hat. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't know. This is actually, this is getting into despair territory. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I really don't. I don't know. Actually feeling washed up at this moment, but I think I just underestimated how fucking difficult this fucking skip is. I think the problem is I'm not going far enough. I'm not going far enough down. Guide said 39 seconds. It doesn't matter, like... That positioning looked decent. What? We did it! Oh shit, and we did it blind! Oh my god, it only took half an hour. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, I gotta plug my controller. Oh. That saved a lot, yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm just happy I hit it. That skip is fucking hard, man. It's actually really precise. Speedrun, hey, you're never gonna see somebody do that skip on a casual playthrough, I'll tell you that much. Alright, whatever, just boost me. You can do a jump to this window, but I failed. No, I mean the video isn't even bad. The problem is I spent so much time practicing the skip before chat that I remembered like what the
Okay, there's a skip we can do here. I'm gonna try to go for it. I'm probably gonna fail. Whatever. It was... We almost got it. This is gonna be a long run. This skip will not take as long as the other one. Yeah, no, believers, you're already fucked. Sorry, guys. Alright. Ah, that was close. Depth perception in this game is fucking brutal. So yeah, you can do a skip here. You can land on that TV as it's coming up, which saves... I actually don't know how much it saves. A fair bit. It's definitely not worth it if you die, but whatever. Oh, Jesus, okay. Is a long speedrun, yeah. Honestly, this game, it's a good speedrun though. There's a lot of cool tech and like skips and stuff in this run. I was excited to potentially run Little Nightmares 3, but Little Nightmares 3 was just not a very good run. I think there's like barely any skips at all in the Little Nightmares 3 run. The devs fixed like every single fucking speedrun strat in this game though. It's kind of cringe. But you can just run on the old patch. So. All right, I forgot you have to grab it here. Come on. Want to restart checkpoint here so we can spawn our companion with us. Depth perception in this game is so rough. Well, Elden Ring Convergence mod like is still in development. Like the Dark Souls 3 Convergence mod is completely fixed. Or it's completely done, rather. Oh I gonna try the bully hallway run? I don't know. We could try. I mean, at this rate, the run is, I don't know. We already wasted 30 minutes trying hunter skip, so why not try all the cancer skips? I guess. Yeah, I mean, the game gives you checkpoints pretty often, but... You know, I couldn't remember how that locker, like, falls exactly. I guess you can see it above your head. What is my... Hold on, let me go... And I wish that I could alt-tab the game while cutscenes were playing. I love when games let you alt-tab without, like, forcing them to pause. I want to try the teacher skip, but I also... I don't know, the teacher skip is also fucking super scary to do. I am not killing these guys. God damn it. I'm pretty sure this is what you do. You just... There we go. So this is where you can do the teacher skip. But this shit is kind of sketch, but I guess we can try it. We're cooked. We need to kill 3 of these guys with the bookshelf. Holy sh... We need to kill 3 of these guys with the bookshelf and then trick... We're going for the speed strats, I don't care. Okay, nice, that's good. Oh, we got it. We got it. Normally you have to bait the grab on the enemy, but I guess somehow it worked. So, for those who don't, you might be like, what did you even skip? There's this, like, really long forced cutscene that you normally have to do there. Okay, so technically there is a skip you can do here, I think, but we're just gonna kill this guy. You can use this guy to launch you above the door frame, and I think you can, I think the top of the door here has no collision, so you can like use the child's head to launch yourself through the top of the door. I could be wrong though. I think, I don't know the setup is the problem. I would need to like check, I don't know, it's a very minor skip and I would need to like check the run to do it, so. Oops. Ooh, that might be good. Nice. Get in the hole. Oops. There's also a skip you can do here. I don't know if we should try it though. I mean, we could try. I don't know. We could try it a few times. The skip barely saves like any time though. You need to jump around this corner, and jump around that corner, and then. Yeah, it's... Okay. There we go. There's like some crazy strat. Hold on. I'm curious about this. There is like an insane strat that they do now where they just like clip through this door with the teacher like on top of it. It's crazy. Yeah, we still have so much of the run left though. We're like 10% or 20% of the way through the run. I think I might have been too slow here. Well, we're fucked now. That's okay.
second. I need this. I did not want to send that thing fucking flying over there. Oh, right. We need all the pieces on. Oh my god, what am I doing? I don't actually remember which order which place you need to put the pieces. I did it wrong. Speed. I don't remember, chat. I don't remember. There we go. No, I'm not missing one. What's been your favorite game in the marathon so far, chat? Are you gonna play Reanimal next month? Yeah. I think so. Surge 2. Amok? We haven't even done Amok yet, though. The Bloodborne Let's Play. All right, you know what? I'm gonna try for the strat here, chat. This is a terrible idea, but I'm gonna try. Wish me luck. See ya in 30 minutes. Yeah, probably. Okay, hold on. I gotta check my VOD. Whatever, we're slow running at this point, it's fine. Okay, I remember. So we jump up on the ledge. We walk. Oh, this is gonna be horrible. There's no... Oh, this is so scary. All right. Well, wish me luck, guys. So the intended strat, by the way, here is you kill one of these dudes. I think it's the one that's up here, and you wear his head, and then you slow walk through the entire cafeteria. But you can jump up here. Go up here. Okay, that was almost it. That's just the first part. That's the easy part.
I'm gonna regret doing this. I don't know. Whatever. I want to at least try a few times. Thanks for the free points. Yeah, well. Not like the points do anything anyways. We need him to head bounce us up there. But then like this is like the fucking easy part of the skip. That's the thing. Ah, damn it, dude. Okay, almost. I need to hold more to the right. I want to at least try the movement one time. It's like if I don't know. I think if I turn midair too fast. I mean, it is the easy part, but again, it's just like this is the thing about speedrunning, chat, is some games have such precise like tricks and skips and stuff that it's just if you don't remember exactly what to do, like jump at this pixel, turn around at this line, jump at this moment, hold A for fucking 0.5 seconds. Okay. Okay, so we gotta go in here. These guys are gonna fucking get me. Oh, they're definitely gonna get me now. Oh, you bitch. We gotta go normally. I want to try it one more time. I feel like maybe I can do it. I don't know like why. Well, I want to make like I want to at least try the movement. You fucker! Oh, god damn it, dude. That was close, but the problem is that one fucking bitch. She just got in the way. Like, she didn't jump up like she was supposed to. I'm determined to get this. I can do this, chat. I can do this. I'm gonna do this. I don't care. I don't know. If I could just get this, if I could just get this jump properly, it would be fine. It's just, it sucks not getting this consistent at least, because this. This skip is pretty consistent. I'm just not doing it. It's not doing it right. There's probably a better way of doing this now. Can I? I don't know. I can't get the timing on this right. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Whereas 20 consecutive frame per, it's not that precise though. It's not that bad. I don't know. These two guys, they're supposed to be on a delay. They're supposed to jump up, but they're not. I don't really know why. How are you supposed to beat that part normally? You grab the ladle that's on the ground, you kill 3 of the kids, one of them drops a helmet, which you put on, and then you slow walk all the way through the cafeteria. You know what? I think maybe I know what I'm doing wrong here for this first part. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Sometimes when I'm hitting the ground, like I'm not doing a full, like I need to sprint jump when I hit the ground, but I can't really tell what I'm doing. Wait, maybe I know? The guy in chat spamming Resident Sleeper, and I'm going to ban him because he is a loser.
don't know. I don't know. I fucking don't know. But I wish I could just do this part consistent, but I can't. I don't know, Chad. Maybe we just go the normal way. I want to do this skip, but I don't know, man. Little Nightmares 2 is going to be a fucking 5-hour run at this rate with me trying to do this shit over and over again. It is the easy part, but problem is I don't remember exactly my setup for this. Can I fucking jump, bro, please? I could have sworn you could get out of this, but I guess not. You jump on his head, it looks really cool. Thanks, man. You don't have to do it. I know. I know. You don't have to tell me. I don't know. Sometimes the head, like, he just barely launches me with his head as well. You have to do it. I don't know, man. We actually might be here for another like half an hour at this rate. It's yeah. So I miss it. Oh, we did it. Okay, holy shit, I'm fucking gaming, bro. Okay, and now we do bottle dupe, chat. So we throw this against the wall. And then we pick up the invisible one.
And then now we what do we do here? Remember? Oh. We're doing teacher animation cancels. Normally you have to wait for her to like do these 2 different animations, but you can, if you do that, you can basically break her animation cycles. Okay, and then now we go over here. We can jump up from this corner. Oh no. Damn you, teacher! Dude, why is... What am I doing wrong here? Why am I getting noticed? Okay, I don't remember. I have no idea. Oh, wait. Actually, I think maybe I do. Oh, yeah, okay. You have to actually aggro her there. Totally forgot about that. Alright, now it's time for murder. Oh, oops, I forgot about that one. Let me see if my memory serves me correctly, though. I think we can... Oh, Jesus Christ. Grab my hand. Come on. Come on. Oh, wait, I forgot. I keep forgetting this. We don't jump on it yet. We have to... The last time I ran this, I made the same fucking mistake. When I did it in my birthday marathon, I was like, sitting here so confused. We actually gotta get on top. Come on. What? How did she fucking see me there? I was crouching the entire time. At least I thought. What was that hitbox? It's really hard to avoid these kids. Really hard to avoid them. Game looks cool as hell. Yeah, Little Nightmares 2 is awesome. I like this game a lot. There's a launch you can do here as well, but I don't know. I mean, we could... I don't... The problem is all these things are so precise. Like, I don't fucking remember. All right, we'll give it a shot. Give it a shot. Hey, thank you, Red Planet. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. We need to use this guy to, like... I don't know. We need to use his head to launch us, but... I don't know. I can try to copy exactly...
Go forth.
This
Touch
doesn't
the
seem
demon
correct at
inside
all.
me.
Oh my god, we did it!
Awesome choice, Stranger.
Yay! There's another skip you can do here as well, but I also don't really remember how you do this. Did I do it in my PB, I wonder? Nope. I guess I never got a PB with this new tech. There's a way to grab... You can, like... I don't know. You're meant to use 6. But there's a way you can jump backwards and like ledge grab. You can ledge grab that without needing 6 to boost you up. But I don't remember exactly how it works. Yo, Triple T, thank you so much for the 10, or Triplet, thank you for the 10 gifted, and thank you for the 21 months as well. Oh, Grant, oh. Getting all these skips first try. Uh-huh. No! We could drag the thing over and do the slow strat, but I refuse. You didn't lower it? Oh, I thought it stayed lowered. Oh, fuck. There we go. Oh god. He's hungry. Hey, Blade Runner, thank you for the 81 months as well. Ace, thank you for the gifted sub. Sky Eclipse, thank you for the 43 months. What is this? This is Little Nightmares 2. First try. You're not meant to be able to open that door, by the way, on your own, but there's like a super jump that you can do. Oh, right. I always forget what you're supposed to do here.
Oh, I think I needed to reload checkpoint. Because I think... Yeah, 6 gets the raincoat. Oops. I need 6 to open that. Oh wait, I think... Do I have to push the wood for her? I think I do. All right, it is time for hospital. Okay, we need to remember how to do the fuse dupe here. I'm gonna have to reference. I'm gonna have to check my VOD because I can't remember exactly how to do this. There's a massive skip that you can do in this part of the game called fuse dupe. I remember the fuse dupe is pretty easy. You just need to like... I don't think it's that hard. You just need to make sure to... If I remember right, you gotta like run up and then left and then reload the checkpoint, and then because of that, the extra fuse will just spawn in. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check my VOD to be sure. I've been streaming for 58 hours straight. No sleep. That's a lie. I know. Wait. Oh. Okay, I was holding RT, but it didn't, like, fucking work the first time. Oh, oops, not here. Hey, Seminder, thank you for the 20 months, man. I remember, do I need this? I do, yeah. Honestly, I'm glad that, dude, I'm happy we were able to do the hunter skip and the cafeteria skip. I mean, it took a fucking while. It didn't actually save any time, but at least we got it. Okay, hold on. I gotta check my VOD chat. This is really important. If we want to do this skip, we need to make sure to do this right, so. Sec.
Stop cheating. Too bad. I actually think we need to restart the game. Because that's what I did in my PB, so I'm pretty sure I need to restart the game. Okay, I did it too early. That's great. Oh, dude. I needed to wait till I got the fucking checkpoint. I didn't get the checkpoint yet. Little Nightmare Spod percent. Yes, sir. Honestly, I want to like prepare more for these games. I literally don't have the time. Unless I take it like a day or two off from streaming to go over all these old games. Alright, I gotta wait for the checkpoint. Well, it's either I prepare off stream or I just wing it and check the VOD mid-run, because, okay, we got a checkpoint now. Alright. Now we restart the game. We need to go burn this doll. This plushie. One vampire mansion. Oh no, don't go in there. I should have grabbed Six's hand there. Could have sped that up a tiny bit. All right. So this is where we do the skip. So we run up here. We run over to the left. Like this. And we run back to the right. We hit the checkpoint and we reload. Oh wait, actually shit. Oh no, did I mess it up? I hope not. We're supposed to go to main menu. Hopefully it still works. Okay, it's still here. Nice.
All right, so now this random fuse is here, which is not supposed to happen. And so we can grab this fuse, and we can use it to skip to the end of the section over here. So normally there's this like glass window here, but you can break the glass window. I feel like I think you can reload checkpoint there, but I'm just gonna grab this and just put it in just in case. But I'm pretty sure you can just bring that one over there and then reload checkpoint. I don't remember if you need to do it, if you need to exit to main menu or not. But that's, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I don't want to mess this up. All right, and now the level is complete. This section, I'm not even kidding, normally takes like 5 or 10 minutes. It's like, it's such an insane skip. How long is left? Still a while, actually. Yeah, you actually move slower with the flashlight out for some reason. Seems way longer than one. It is. And that, well, there's also a lot of really, like, difficult skips in this game. This game has, I'm not even kidding, like 40 different fucking skips. It's, I mean, some of them are really minor and they only save, you know, 4 or 5 seconds or whatever, but... So the strap for these enemies is literally... Oh, that was close. They pop out. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? They run forward. Oh! Most of the time, they'll dodge once and then you just swing again. And then that's it. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. That was really weird. I don't even... What did I just get an achievement for?
Bro. Why couldn't I move to the side? What the fuck? Dude, I don't know how I just did this. That was insane. That was so, like... That was actually fucking crazy. Alright, so there's another skip we can do here. If we run off... Oops. We need to grab this ledge here. We need to grab this vent, the side of the vent, and then we can let go. Okay, I don't... Couldn't get the grab, I don't know. Why do I need to jump here? I don't... Oh. Okay, I don't... I'm very confused. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Alright. I am just supposed to jump. There we go. Alright. So yeah, if you grab that ledge and then fall, you actually survive the fall. Which is very nice. Oh yeah, I need to pull this out a bit. Oh. That was sketchy.
Hi! Hey! Hi! Hi! Hi!
Oh wait, this is a problem. Where's 6? 6 is supposed to be here to fucking pull me. Where's 6? You found out. Okay, it's fine. Good grab. I don't know why. Okay, good. Good grab at least. I don't know. Sometimes it like doesn't let you let go of being there for a second. I don't know why. Okay, good. Good grab at least. No. Okay. I pressed Y, but it didn't. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, I think I know what we're supposed to do, guys. Alright, let's try this again. Self backseat, yes. Okay. Right, so now we jump over here. No. This might not be good. It might be too slow. Oh, I think we're definitely fucked now. I can't remember. Do you jump? Oh. I think I'm fucked. If I remember right, you need to make it to the like you call for 6 to come help you.
I don't... we might be fucked now, though. Oh, no, she sent it back, actually. I think... Oh, no, we're okay. Never mind. I thought it was like a soft lock, but I guess it's fine. Alright. Good night, Oipa. Thank you, buddy. All right, it's time for Dr. Butt Strats. Here we go. I just need to remember how to do this. Oh, okay, I remember. Okay, guys. All right, I've unlocked it. Too slow. All right. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Bro, pull the fucking thing. Thought he was pulling it, but he wasn't. I don't know if this is something that only works the first try that you do this. Maybe if I go through the vent.
Welcome home, Ashen.
He's doing the slow grab, that's weird. Wait for the butt. Wait for the butt. Okay, butt went down. We go. Okay, we got the checkpoint.
2D mod for this game. Come here, big boy. Time to die. Ah, yes, let's warm our hands by the fire. The nice, comfy fire. I could have sworn you could jump off like the foot here or something and grab this. You're 10 hours into my Alien Isolation playthrough and you can't go on. I'm pretty sure it's got to be pretty close to the end at this point then. Why are the hands so desynced? At least 3 or 4 more hours. Hell, just, I mean, if you want to see the ending, just go to the end of the VOD. I enjoyed running this game a lot. I love how many skips there are in this game. There's actually so much tech and skips. Same with Little Nightmares 1. But Little Nightmares 3 is like a terrible speedrun, I think. I think they found like one skip in that game. You can launch yourself with that guy, but I messed it up. Can't remember if I need to reload here or not. I can't remember. Is this bucket skip actually real? Can't remember if you could actually do bucket skip in this or not. Okay, there is a really cool skip you can do here, chat. I don't remember. I never actually learned how to do this in I never learned how to do this in the record route, but all right, I'm gonna give this a shot. I never learned how to do this skip, but it's a really cool skip. Yeah, believer, sorry, you're cooked. You've been cooked, so whatever, it's fine. I I didn't climb high enough. Okay, all right, we got it. 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 Trust, chat. Trust. There's a way to like get a, I don't know. There's a way to get like a better jump there, but okay. So we need to climb high enough up here. Oh. That was close. What is that? What is that music? All right. So basically what we're here, I'll try to explain what we're doing here. This elevator, our goal is to jump on top of this elevator as it's coming up. Now the thing is, the game is scripted to make the elevator come up when you start. Oops. What the fuck? Climb up. The elevator is scripted to come up once you hit like a specific spot here. I think once I climb up one more ring here, or rung, whatever. So the moment we hit the, normally when you fall down here, it staggers you, but if you pull out the flashlight as you hit the ground, then there's no stagger animation. Oh! And then you can actually make it on top of this thing and skip that whole area. Still no only up. Well, we will get around to doing only up. I'll be honest, I'm kind of scared of trying only up. Oh, okay. Dude, I don't remember how to do the dragon launch at all. I'm gonna have to like practice that or like remember how to do that. All right, whatever, just boost me up. Oh, nice, we hit it. So you can hit a checkpoint there. A little bit of a time save. Yeah, the strats have changed for only up, but the current strats for only up are kind of lame. Because you use like the, whatever, just launch me up. You can also do a skip here. You can jump on that little side part of the wall and then jump onto the ladder without getting the boost from 6. But yeah, there's a new strat for only up, like a new launch, so you don't even use the dragon anymore. But I believe they separated the categories. There's like dragon launch category and then category with the it's, what is it, like the dino launch or something? Can't even remember. Okay. People still run only up? No, not really. Dragons or dinosaurs? No, that's not what I said. All right, so we can do a funny skip here. So normally you need to help 6 out of the rubble here, But we can actually just do a super jump here and grab the door. Normally you need 6 to help you with the door, but we don't got time for that. Got strawberries and raspberries. Nice. Yo, Michael, thank you for the sub, man. Also, Double McTriple, thank you for the Prime sub. Nehe Baku, thank you for the 17 months. And Nuclear Brand, thank you for the 18 months. Thank you very much, guys. I think you're supposed to reload checkpoint here, but whatever, this cutscene's cool. Cutscene dude stands up. Yeah, but he's scary. He's got a big, he's tall. He's got a hat. Oh shit, I think I'm dead. Oops. I forgot that you don't need to grab the axe right now. Oh no, now fucking 6 is here, damn it. I really shouldn't have messed that up. Oh, whatever. Yeah, if I hadn't have died, 6 would not be here. So she actually would have gotten saved. Sorry, 6. There's different routes. No, it's just a glitch that I was talking about. .320 run is still realistic. Probably, yeah, I think. There is a skip you can do using this cart, but I'm just gonna do the normal way. I don't know. I really don't remember how to do this at all. You need to pull the cart into like a specific position. You can. No way, dude. Wait, where? How the fuck do I get back up? I guess I have to go back. Oh, Jesus. Dude, grab the grab the vent. Please. I don't know how I missed this lamp. There you go. Just say you can't. I mean, it's not that hard of a skip. It only saves like 10 seconds, and I really don't care that much to try to do it. If I remember, it's pretty precise. I don't know why I turned that off. Okay. Well, normally you do need to turn it off, but so there's another skip you can do here. You can jump around this corner. Ooh, we got it. Nice. Smooth. Honestly, if we hit a hunter skip and we didn't, if we hit hunter skip faster, maybe we could have actually hit sub 230. We don't actually have that crazy amount of the game left, but I don't know. It's hard to say. There's another skip we can do. Oh, I'm dead. There's another skip we can do here, which I'm gonna try. Oh, I didn't actually do the skip in my PB. What the fuck? Yeah, my gold here is like... Bruh, what? How did I not do the skip in my PB? All right. Here we go. So normally you need to push this TV down and then you climb into the TV, but we're just going to we got this. We just hold D. Oh my god, I still got it. Holy shit. All right. Nice. So there's also another big skip you can do here. You can get like a super jump to the lever here, but I don't know. Just I have to keep checking all these fucking there, please. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Okay, there is a way to clip through this wall here. I don't know. Oh, we got it. Nice. I never actually, I didn't do this skip as well in my PB. Alright. Now there's chair skip, which this one is really fucking hard. Oh wait, no, there's an easy way of doing it now. Oh fuck, hold on, I'm gonna check. So that you used to be able, you used to need to do some like really tough way of doing this, but... How does this work, though? Oh, wait, I think I remember. Maybe? There we go. All right, now there's another skip coming up. Oops. Oh, we got it. Nice. Turn on the TV! Jesus.
not sure why I climbed on that. Right. Honestly, dude, we've been doing pretty good with the skips, except for Hunter skip and the Bully skip, but those are like two of the hardest skips in the game, so. Look who it is, chat. Never mind. Oh, is it not that one? Is it the next one? Oh yeah, it is the next one. Oh! Dude, I thought he... Oh, I think I have to wait for him to disappear. I think he teleports away. Yeah, there we go. I just got impatient. It's that same music playing. What the hell is that music? Okay, there's another skip you can do here, chat. Oh, I think we're gonna die. We're gonna die. We'll die, chat. How do you do this? Oh, fucking let me resume. Yeah, I'm throwing. This skip really doesn't save that much time, but... Okay, so you go like this. There we go.
All right, chat. It's just the final section of the game left now. Probably sub 3 hours, at least. Honestly, this run has gone decently well, apart from the... Like, if it wasn't for the hunter skip and the cafeteria skip, this would have been probably close to like a 2-hour run. I don't know how long we were on the hunter skip for. It was a long fucking time though. Lost 130k doubting on human fall flap. Direction of his body here. It's not like a completely scripted cutscene. You do. It's like a puzzle, I guess, but I mean, it's really easy. Do Larks and I ever do this? What? Have mind battles? No, no skip here. I like Little Nightmares 2 a lot. It's definitely I think it's my favorite of the series. Like, Little Nightmares 1 is good. Little Nightmares 3 sucks. Little Nightmares 2 is definitely the best. At least, like, I like the speedrun the most. Have I run RE4? We did RE4 OG. We have not done Remake yet. We still have to do Resident Evil 1 Remake. Oh, right. We go to the right. We need to do RE1 remake, RE4 remake, and Resident Evil 8. We still have those 3 games left, and we also have Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Elden Ring left in terms of Souls and RE games. This marathon isn't finished yet? No, we still have a lot of stuff left. All right. Is it this door? I can't remember that. Not remember. Yeah, it's the door with the loudest music. All right, I'm just gonna push down the plank. You can jump across here, but I can't remember. Maybe it's here? Ah, fuck, I don't know. Whatever, I'm just gonna push the fucking thing. There's a spot you can jump across, but I don't fucking remember where it is, and it doesn't really save much time anyways. Thought it's over here. No, not yet. Oh, damn it. It's this one, I guess? No, okay, it's the last one we check, of course. Oh, I think you're supposed to jump across from backwards. Always the last one you check. Accurate. Do you think anybody speedruns A Quiet Place, chat? Get in the door. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna smash your shit. Sorry. Man, I'm hungry. What am I gonna eat? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, come on. Bro, grab the axe. Hello? I actually had French onion soup last night, chat. It was delicious. I'm dead. Oh. Never mind. I think we need to go to the left now. I believe if we go to the left, we get to the axe faster. Yes. All right, this one is a little bit harder, chat. This one might. Okay, not quite. Not quite. There we go. Hey, Swifty Rich, thank you for the 9 months, man. Oh, oops. We fixed her. Oh, that's not. God, 6, you're gonna kill me. Oh my God, go! I believe that's it, right? I think we split there. Oh wait, no, not yet, not yet. Oops. How could you do this to me? Okay, there's a way to make this part spawn faster. I think we need to go to the left and then back to the right or something. Oh yeah, that was it. Nice. Speed. All right, now it is GG. The chair. Hey, sub 3 hours? That's not bad, honestly. Considering we lost so much time on a bunch of other stuff. What's my PB? An hour and 24 minutes, I think. Or wait, oh no, sorry, an hour and 14 minutes and 40 seconds. I mean, I had to check my VOD for stuff in this run a bunch of times because I couldn't remember exactly how to do a lot of the skips. The last time I ran this game was 4 years ago, so. I mean, if we were to do another run, I bet well, if we hit Hunter Skip quickly, I bet we could finish another run in like an hour and a half at this point. Now that well, I mean, if we don't get stuck on Hunter Skip or the Bully Skip, I feel like we could definitely do like an hour and a half at least, probably even better. There's a new way, so that Hunter Skip that I did though, there's a new version of it which is insanely fast. You do the skip like 2 or 3 minutes into the start of the game, and then that launches you straight to the end. I think it's like 5 minutes faster than the strat I did in this run. Why does she drop you? I don't know. I don't actually really know. Is it on the speedrun record? Yeah. You wasted all our time with those skips? Wow. You figured out you're the hat guy. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense to me anyways. My door is closed even if I have the window open. There's like no... There's like... Well, it doesn't... Craft. Door's not open, it's just like the air has nowhere to go. All right, chat. Here, I will show you guys actually. So for anybody who wants to see, so this is the record run, and so yeah. If you remember at the start of the game, you remember this thing with there's the bear traps. You jump onto this thing and it fucking yeets you up in the air. And you can skip straight to the end of the chapter from that spot, which is like 5 minutes earlier into the chapter. It's a really, really long launch, though, as you could see. He's in the air for like fucking
My god, he's in the air for like... That shit launches you so high. What the fuck? Can you reload checkpoint while you're in? Oh, I guess you can. Thought I paused it. No. I mean, he launches... You... He launches... It's a launch for like fucking... What was that? 42 seconds? It doesn't... It seems fairly simple on the inputs, though. Like, he holds D... I guess for it, he basically holds W for like 11 seconds, and then holds S for 1 second, and then I think just holds D like the whole... Oh wait, then he holds A. He holds A after, and then he holds D again, and then he lets go. My goodness, what the fuck? I don't know how... I wonder how precise this is. I wonder if runners like look at coordinates or something with like a program on their other monitor. I don't know if that's allowed. Or maybe it is just... I have no idea. I've never tried this skip. That's fucking crazy. It seems really, really precise, but maybe it's not as bad as it looks. I just feel like there must be such like a margin. I feel like it must be so easy to mess that up when you have to hold inputs for like... I don't know, you're just... That seems fucked. I mean, I imagine he must be using the timer. That's a crazy skip though. All right, chat. I think I'm going to call it a night here though. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna go relax. We will continue tomorrow though, chat. Thank you all for watching. I will maybe take a look at some of the other games and see if I can prepare a bit for some other games as well. Yeah, game 26 starts tomorrow. Got so many fucking games to do still. Will there be the egg climbing game? Probably not. I mean, I never really ran the egging. I never really ran egging on, and it's I don't know. I don't know. That game's gonna take a while. I don't remember how to play it super well. And I started like I learned the run for the game, but I never ended up doing any runs. Maybe we could try it in the marathon. I don't know. No guarantees. No baby steps. I never ran baby steps. So no, I don't think we're gonna do baby steps. I mean, the idea of the marathon is to do games that I've ran before, chat. I'm not just gonna like... I mean, there's some games that we've done in the marathon that I haven't technically ran before, like Granny 2 and I guess potentially Granny 3. But those are, I don't know, those are just like short meme games, so... But yeah, for the most part, like 99%, we're gonna be doing games that I've actually speedrun before.
Yeah, we'll do Cuphead at some point. I love Cuphead. That's like one of my favorite games to do in the marathon, honestly. Cuphead is really fun. Yeah, we already did Getting Over It. All right, chat. Anyways, I'm gonna give a raid to